Anywho, thank you everyone for joining, and I'll see you guys next stream, okay? What a good stream today, guys. It's a shame my internet kept like bugging out, but it is what it is. Thanks extremely. You take care, Rob. I appreciate your face. And hello, Ray. Long time no chat. Unfortunately, yes, this is the end. Dorks. oh, credits! Well, yes. Welcome. You made it to the credits. Hey, Mel. And how are you guys doing? What's going on? Yeah, can you believe it? 2 streams. 2 streams. 1 year. 1 year, 2 streams. This is the last stream of the year. Confirmed. Hey, Anna. What's going on? No, I just brushed my teeth. I don't want that minty fresh water. I can catch up the whole VOD of the stream. True. Oh, you just remind me. I need to download last stream. I'm trying to archive streams. They do happen. I got sand in my eyes. Sandman was visiting me. I'm playing Legends while watching a show for my class. Might watch Hobbit while I'm just hoarding stuff. Like League of Legends. And how have you guys been doing? Anna, long time no see. I hope your Spartan vibes have been very fun. God, I want to... How are you making progress on that, by the way? Your Spartan suit. I'll throw this on my bed. Oh, Arceus, Arceus. Arceus. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna play Elden Ring. I don't know how long I'm gonna go for. I have to work at 7. I don't know why I forgot what time I start work. I have to work at 7, and I leave around 6:30 or 6:40. Hitsu, you look sleepy? Oh, I always look sleepy nowadays. I'm working on it. Like even last stream, I looked very sleepy and tired. It's just my mega bags. How you doing though, Cool Bones? You recovering well? You doing alright? I am always sleepy. Yes, ever since I started dating this gal named Sleepy Sophia, her sleepiness has been rubbing off on me. So I'm always sleepy now too. But yeah, I started at 7, so 6:30 I have to leave. Like I can push it to 6:40. I have to leave, but I need to eat before there, so I'll probably end at like 5:30 today, I think. So we're gonna try to stick to that. 5:30. We're stopping, and we're moving. I'm gonna try to be a responsible adult today. Posture. You guys sit properly with your proper posture in your chair. Oh, my back. I don't, because my back did not feel right there. Ow. You look good though. Recovery's still slow. Thank you. Well, I hope you are looking just as good right now, even though you are recovering on a slower time frame. Define proper, you know, like back straight, shoulders back a little bit. I don't know. That's my a little bit. Okay, where's my controller? Have you guys seen my controller? I'm looking for my controller. I love that these glasses have just been on my desk this entire fucking year. They've just been here for the past year. And I haven't moved them. They're just on my desk. Of all the things that still stay there. My desk is so messy though. Alright, oh, there it is. Nah, I look like a crackhead. Shit. As long as you look like the nicest crackhead there is out there. Controller inside your wardrobe? Nah, it's in here. Last time I was playing, I had issues with the L1R1. So I'm not sure if that's going to be an issue or not. But, let me see. I need to I need to do something. I'm blanking. Someone remind me. The fuck was I gonna do? I got a bot message on Twitch. Want to become famous? Buy follower. Like they're not typing in chat anymore. They send you DMs now. They send you DMs. Bots are evolving. They're evolving, boys. Okay. I'll pause that. Love you, Ghibli music. And then I am going to open this. Nice. You're gonna miss your chance to be an international superstar. You betcha. Let me see. Oh, right. Gotta close that because random notifications. Want to become famous? Ah, shit. Hey, Archaic, how are you doing? Dude, hate those bots? Those bots are me. Oh, I didn't fix the text yet. I don't know how to do that. Hi. I need to download the font. Hi, Z. How are you doing, celery? My stream is still scuffed, but please tell me this works. I'm well. Just made some grilled queso. You just grilled some cheese on the pan, just like that. That's pretty strange. Dr. Otto, but backwards. You look like the villain from the first Spider-Man. Oh, the with the glasses. I have an octopus type arm, and it's like, ooh. I can kind of see it. He did wear these like circular glasses or goggles or whatever he did. Oh, got new emotes. Yeah. Yeah. Have you guys been though? Have you guys been well? I'm sorry for, not streaming ever. Like, it's not that I didn't want to stream. I wanted to stream. I was just largely unable to and mentally not there at the time as well. So, are planning to stream more now? I want to, and hopefully stream earlier, because I want to stream earlier so I can stream more. Hitsuga. Okay, so my stream is still scuffed, but I was able to find certain things like this. I found this again, but I gotta. Oh yeah, I put this in. I got game scene being a game scene. Did I add the death counter? So we're doing it manually again. I mean, scripted deaths, because we never die. Death is unknown to us in games like this. So I can catch it before sleep. You're down for it? Yeah, that's why I'm trying to stream earlier. Obviously, Chris. So you can catch it. You silly. But okay. My only hope is that L1 and R1 works now. I don't know if it does or not. Have you guys played much of this game? How many of you guys have played this game? Or seen people play it, I guess. Where even was I? What was I doing? I don't remember. You see nothing? Alright, so obviously I'm still the lead. Why is it always messaged? I really don't remember what I'm trying to remember the controls. Okay, that's my block. That's my look cool. This is my heavy. Jump, you can jump in this game. Okay. 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 This is simple enough. And we'll just randomly walk around and find out what to do next. Basically, right? That's how we do it here. Ah! But, oh, fuck me. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Okay, hold up. I'm bad. Clearly. Nice. Jumping actually pog? Yeah, jumping is actually pog in this game. Ow. Ow. No! Oh, I got it. So, yeah, I really don't remember what we were doing last time. My memory it's not good. No good memory. Is that a bike? Oh, I thought it was a bike. Bad to the bone? Yeah, I'm bad to the bone is what I meant. I just don't have a lyrical ear. I'm lyrically challenged. Lyrics go right through my head. Hello? Hitsu stream again? Is that me? There's no way. Fuck you both. Ow, ow. Okay, hold on. That guy's a fucking airbender. Hiya! How are you doing though, Neo? What's going on? What are you up to, Neo? What's everyone up to on this Wednesday? It's a Wednesday, isn't it? Isn't it? Wednesday, isn't it? Oh, it's my souls! I went this way before. And I died. I must have forgotten that. That I remember dying. What is this peculiar pathway? Do you think I can survive if I just jumped? I'm do it. I'ma do it. What did that do? Oh, I jumped over here. I went backwards. No. I'm so stupid. I went backwards. Oh, I'm dead. Just looked at them and saw the notification. You go to the gym? Damn. It's kind of hot. You know, back in my day, people who went to the gyms, didn't matter what they were doing. They were just hot. Because, you know, they're sweating. Hence, hot. What does this do? I don't know what that means, still. Summoning pool. Alright, test. Am I blocking? And I'm still swinging? I can block and swing after I alt-tabbed and added a def? I mean, a scripted def? Hitsuga, bad joke. Are you telling me that my jokes aren't good enough for you? I really have no... Where even is this? Which pathing is this? Oh my god! That bird dropped a bomb on me. Like, actually dropped a bomb on me. Okay, I see it now. I'm in danger. Okay. Okay. We take those. We take those. But what are you up to? Yeah, you're at the gym. Is it leg day? Is today leg day? I need to work out. I want to work out. But actually, that's kind of another thing. I want to... Very suspicious. I'm not going to jump off like that again. We're going to find an actual point of progression instead of going backwards. Yeah, I actually want to work out again. I want to work out more. Fucking sneaky ass bird dropping a giant ass barrel of gunpowder on my ass. Ugh. No, doing full body lightweights today. Still sounds like a lot of work. Big F. Big F. We're just swinging. We're just swinging. It's all about the swinging phase. Okay. Let me see if I can be cool by running the slide like this. Oh! Oh, that's so unfortunate. He blew up his own friend. That's actually so unfortunate. Sorry, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up. Come here, pal. Your sneaky bomb earlier. You know those games that are like, what's that one game called? I was gonna say Get Out, but that's a movie. You know those games with like the gimmicky deaths? They're like, oh, you touched that platform. Guess what? It's not an actual platform. You're just gonna fall straight through and die. Dark Souls has a lot of elements like that, where it's like, you want to go check that thing? Well, guess what? That's literal death your first time there. Gotcha, you loser. Having bird for dinner? Hell yeah! I want me some chicken nuggets. Oh yeah, there's a giant tree. Yggdrasil? Yeah, Yggdrasil. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Looks kind of cool, but I'm gonna go other ways for now. I wish you could do like an Assassin's Creed thing. Kind of cool. Nani? Kukri. Yoni, are you enjoying Heaven's Feel World? I'm guessing that's the Horizon thingy, the new Horizon game. Wait, is that actually just clipping through the wall? Let's see. I need to see. On guard. Oh, I am dropping down here anyways, it would seem. Something? Wait, is there something? No. Oh, you can sneak this game. Are we sneaking? We sneaking, my fellow ghost man? We sneaking. Every wall is a lie? It seems like that. I need to watch Heaven's Feel. I just want face paint, but I don't know how to equip it. You can put face paint in this game? Oh my god, you're a dude!
Ah, nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Roger is the name.
Oh, that's very French. Roger.
I'm looking for a little something here in the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormvale Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly
grafting? The fuck is that?
Without a purpose in mind.
I'm here to defeat Godric.
Here to challenge Godric and lay
I guess.
upon a great
Hey, Cupcake, how are you doing? Sneaking? This is Dark Souls Evolved. Literally is. Do you see what you get if you beat the first boss, Hitsu? Which one's the first boss?
I'm tarnished.
I don't know which one the first boss is.
But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still,
I do want that hat. I could kill him for it.
First came here to the lands between.
And to never forget, even though you barely stream, you're an amazing human being. Tim, no, that's you, you idiot.
I'd love to help you out.
I'm a bully.
If it please.
The first scripted death? Yeah. It's first of 94 scripted deaths so far. There's so many in this game. Idiot. A wild cupcake has appeared. You have gained plus 100 to all your stats. Use it wisely. Yes. I will use that very wisely. Oh, he's a sorcerer, dude. Hey, yo. Ash of War, spinning weapon. I can do some anime bullshit. No, the stream's still scuffed. Not working yet. I'm sorry. So, My bad. But, but, technically, I think I can do something like this. Right? And then we switch back to game scene. It should work. Technically. Huh?
NANI?!
High door.
Hello, Sunny. Hatsu. Hello, Jack. All right, let me make sure I turn off the dark thing. I have so many scenes. It's gonna take a while for me to fully unscuff my stream, but I apologize in advance for how long it's gonna take me to do that. But I appreciate you, Jason. Is that a mix of Jack and Sunny? Come together, you guys are Jason. The only Jason I've ever known wears a mask. Jack heard the W's from the other room in open stream. Oh my god. Is that the only... Wait. No. I refuse to believe Jack does not do that on other streams. I refuse. That's what that implies. I refuse. Was it Jason you called me once, or was it Josh? Josh. Jason. W. I had COVID like in January, right? I'm over it now. Except I still have this annoying cough that I'm dealing with to this day. And it's super annoying. I can't go watch Spider-Man because they have this stupid ass cough. They won't let me in. I can go to work because I talked to them about it, but I can't talk to the people at the help. Mommy, I'm in danger. Ah, fuck it. I'll be in danger anyways. Come here, bitch. Got the first hit. I'm better. Let's hit your ass down. This is not your fight. Ugh. Damn, I wanted to roll again, but I did not. Because I thought he was stopping. Clearly scripted. Clearly scripted. Most people I know who had it recently all have coughs still. Yeah. So they won't let me in the movie theaters. So I can't watch Spider-Man, something about like never coming home or something. And I'm actually devastated. It's a good thing I stopped. I almost ran right off the fucking thing. Oh, that's the same spot. I can go here. Woohoo! My name is Sekiro, doing Sekiro things. It's what I like to see when I play Sekiro. 本物の痛みがわかるか。痛みを感じろ。ああ、痛みを考えろ。痛みを受け取れ。痛みを知れ。痛みを知らぬ者に本当の平和がわからん。Ow. Mommy. Waha! The audacity of this man. Whoa! Everyone's a fucking airbender in this game. You're lucky you have a shield. Too bad my glorious blade. As long as I can. My glorious Nippon blade can cut through metal and rock and all kinds of all sorts of shenanigans. Nothing compares to the power of 1,000 times folded Japanese sword. What is that? The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this knight. Don't worry. Oh, so you don't know about Redacted by Monica? I was gonna see Spider-Man with a friend. I drove 14 hours to visit and they got caught COVID, so oh no. I felt that. I felt that pain. Why is it always sadness? Oh man, it is always sad. Golden Rune. Always sadness. Sorry to hear that you got COVID hits. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I only, you know, suffered for a bit. I'm sure I pretty much I annoyed Sophia for a while. But it's still okay. Oh, I thought you were a dead man, man. That was awfully rude. Okay, I get it! God dang it. The dick. The minerals they used to make steel were pretty bad. Yeah. I think they had to fold the steel so much. Yeah, they had to fold it 1,000 times to get rid of the impurities in the iron. But it's a running meme that for some reason people think because it was folded 1,000 times makes it stronger than steel today. We just where the fun comes in. Are they really hanging this ogre giant thing by the limb? Feeding it to the dogs? It's pretty fucked up. Bruh, I don't have the capacity to deal with another night like this. Unless... Hit and run, 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 hit and run. Ah, you weren't ready for that, Sir Knight. Were you? Prize in UK. Eh, don't go. So, I know this game has some magic elements and all, but did this guy just use teleportation no jutsu? Asking for a friend. Cause I'm lost. Mimic's Veil? I wanna be a mimic. Where the fuck did he go? I mean, I knew hit and run was gonna work, but I wasn't expecting it to work like that. My guy disappeared. Bro. He disappeared, like... Airbenders! Damn it. I hate me some airbenders. Right. Japan has very little natural resource, if I remember correctly. Really? I'd be surprised. A samurai that disappears? Ghosts of... True. True. Wow. Okay. Was I going down this way? I must have, right? I'm a sneaky boy. Sneaky boy. Rolling around by fire camps. Camps of fire. What are they called? Fireplaces, not fire camps. Alright. You? Fuck you in particular. Oh, thank you for the sub. Alright. Nani. I appreciate that. Nani? My card keeps declining for no reason. Oh my god, Cell. Cell, you're a dork. Thank you for gifting Dead Fetty a sub. Actual dork. What is that emote? That's such big goopy eyes. I love it. I got my check today, so fuck it. Check today. Where have you been working? Oh, I want Sophia to be here so we can like surprise visit you. You're still there, right? Alright, you fucker. People like you really piss me off. Stop enjoying the damn view. Bitch. That's my view. I'm enjoying the damn view now. Here, hold up. I need to pull out the torch like he did. No! I almost fell off. I'm not used to, like... Okay, I'm ready now. I'm still like 20 minutes south from where I used to live. Oh, okay. But still near Chicago? Well, I mean, if you're near Chicago, that makes it easier. I was just trying to watch the view like, dang. Yeah, but that was my view. We don't take that here. You're not taking my view. Call me Aaron Yeager. I'll take the freedom before they take my freedom. What's up? This giant sword you see sticking out is not me. Not me. Hitsu, we're getting married next year. Yee. Yee. I have health now. I can take care of this guy. Alright, I'm gonna do the hit and run because I want to see where he went. I'll see where this guy went. So he did fucking fall down. I see now. Oh my god, it's been a while since I saluted someone. My hand was like a different angle for a second. You need to view. I mean, it's beautiful, but you know, not really future views. There's a future right there. Yeah, don't worry. Me and Sophia are gonna share all kinds of views together. Cause that's my Nindo way. Don't mind me. I'm not here. Stop looking at me like that. Oh shit. Fuck you in particular. Bitch. I was scratching my ear, you fucker! And also fuck you too. Bitch. When Senpai notices you. Congrats, Sophia. Though, what, like, you just decided on a date now? I don't think you have a date decided yet, but I'm trying to come to her this year. Probably gonna try to continue my school. Get a master's while I'm over there. And then live together. And then find a place to do the deed. And ta-da! We're happy married couples. How the fuck did that hit me? Sit your ass down. The rudeness of that guy in particular. Oh, it's you guys. Enjoying the fucking warmth of this campfire thingamabob. The audacity. Cook me, baby. Oh. Okay. What happened to so suddenly? Is there some location that got greed up? They want to get married in? Do the deed, Hitsu, please. Come here. Oh my god. Wait, what do you mean, do the deed? Yes, I'm. What? Next summer, Hitsu, we getting married. Next summer. Say less. Oh, it's this fucker. I remember you. That still hit me? Your arms are too long, bro. Rude. Is that Mr. Krabs? Must be. His arms are way too long, though. Does not open from this side, so I'm royally fucked. Okay. Wolvie boys, you guys want to come and help? Skeletal militia man? Alright. You can't see me. That's all that matters, right? Try some hit and run tactics. Moldering butterfly. Do I have any like Boombas that I can throw? Oh. The game was not ready for this. Hold up, that needs to go on my fucking thing immediately. The fuck? The game is not ready for that. Bro, you're right on my ass, bro. Chill. Daddy, chill. I'm a weeping angel. You know what I do? I'll suck the life out of you, bro. I'll suck the literal life out of you. I'll take the remaining life energy you have, is what I mean. Nope. Okay, I'm sorry. What the fuck? There's so many neat things in here. In my epic announcer guy voice. Coming summer 2023. Hitsuga and Sophia will be joined in holy matrimony. Oh shit, it the crab rape. When you can you announce it by an intro of like the street? A new challenger has arrived? Oh my god. So I see you found your place at our wedding. Now, location is probably free all year round. Oh, that would be based. So I'm running on 2 hours to sleep, so my typing is gonna be fucked up. No, that's fine. I don't. It's okay. Yes, I caught up. But summertime next year. Okay. Hop and roll. Ba-da-bum bum 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 bum. Ba-da-bum bum 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 bum. Ba-da-da da da two of us. Like a shadow in the night. I'm a mimic. I'm just a bush. I'm just a wee bush lad. Yes, this is not strange to you, for I am just a bush. I love how absolutely stupid that was. Yeah, you're not gonna pee on me though, dogs. Damn. What'd I pick up? Chrysalid's memento? Okay. Well. Weeping angel coming for your ass. Yeah. Oh, looking at me. When you look away, I'm coming for you, though. Is this dude lost? Weeping angel vibes, weeping angel vibes, weeping angel vibes. The absolute fucker, bro. Okay. Ya dick. We're good. Are you actually having two? Wait, two what? Two dogs? Is that even my wedding? Oh, that is so cute. Wait, what? Time to stop eating and start save money? Yes, guys, save your money. We want you at our wedding. I was talking about me getting to shape, but I was also kidding. Nani? Oh. Assassin's Creed is bitch! Okay, didn't work. I'm sorry, man, but you're just being kind of sus, bro. HP kind of low. I'm rolling out to safety. I want him to jump at me. He can jab. Mix stab. Fucker. Look at my train ride from Nebraska ASAP. So out here making wedding plans about Hitsu. He's finding out about everything during stream. I mean, knowing me, would you be surprised? Like, actually, I feel like it makes sense on brand. Did I go? Am I on the right? Couldn't let it be Hitsu's guy and honor, whatever that's called. Wait, what? Tell them you're my bridesmaid. They can't stop you in fulfilling your duty. True. True. Alright. All I remember is fuck this guy in particular. Because actually fuck this guy in particular. There we go. Taught him his lesson. He won't be doing that again. How the fuck do I get over there, bro? Can like Indiana Jones this shit? Wait, can I Indiana Jones this shit? Oh, you broke that. Oh! Sorry! Oh, I need that actually. Alright, fuck it. We're fighting. Hurt. Damn it. This guy is a master swordsman. He trained in the mountains for 18 years at least. He'll just roll fit like, yeah, okay. Next thing we know, Sophie's like, Hitsu, we're getting pregnant whether you like it or not. Hitsu, well, I mean, I'm gonna like it. And we have 52 already. This dude be swinging for days, he really does. No, I would prefer to go to Norway. Sorry, Hitsu, because they have salmon. Hey, we have lots of things in Nebraska, okay? We got lots of things. There's so many things in Nebraska, it's... You can... Sal, what did you do when you were here in Nebraska? Let Crest know. Cell will tell you. Cell knows. Called the running tactic. You can't swing what you can't see. Oh, maybe you can. Okay, yeah, motherfucker. Has the best beaches in the world. I mean, we have lakes, which clearly have beaches. That's how that works, right? It's triple unlocked. Oh no. Oh yeah, we went out for ice cream, and it wasn't just ice cream. It was some bomb-ass ice cream. All right, shit was fucking fire. Like I'm bringing that recipe to Norway. Like that's how fire that shit was. Okay. Are you winning, son? Of course. I have never died in this game. The only thing that keeps getting me are the scripted deaths. But at least we know they're scripted, like, because obviously I wouldn't be dying to them. Motherfucker! Oh, you backing up because you're scared. Oh, all right, come on. He rolled! He rolled towards me! I was about to heal! Fuck. We have, like, top 10 best zoos in America? We went, Cell. You remember that? We went. On Haunted Maze Place Farm? Oh, yeah! We also went to, I was gonna say Rocaberry. I think it's just Roca Farms. I keep fucking up my shit. You seeing Aurora? Aurora. Still would rather go north to see Aurora after attending your wedding? Okay. Chris dating someone? Yeah, Chris is dating someone in Norway. Everyone should date someone in Norway so we can all come together. That'd be pretty cool, right? Oh, that's not Pog at all, bro. Dick move. God damn, bro! That was such a big hop. Oh, motherfucker. Do the Aurora Lights come out in the summer? Wait, they don't? They do. It doesn't really matter where you are. It's just how north you are. I'd rather date someone near me. I'm ready. Can't. No. It's like just date someone in Norway, and then have them bring you over. This is the way. Hit yourself wedding later? No, you can still get it. If you want it during the summer, you have to go more north. Gotta run. See y'all later. Of course he's gotta run. He's working out at the gym. Running is such a big part of exercising. You silly. Take care, Neo. What a silly thing to say. I have to run. What a bitch. On guard! About to press it! I'm better! Is that whether or not... Oh, he's mad. Yeah, I'm better, bitch. Be mad. Bitch. Oh my god, he rolled that time. This guy's rolling! Oh, you can't fight in here because you have a big body. Oh. Oh my god. One flask left, and I've done not enough damage in this guy. Oh, you fucker. Stop yelling at me. Come on. Hop on me again. I like it when you jump on me. Ah, I saw you getting angry. Wasn't gonna work, bro. Come on. Hop on by. Ooh, we're getting close. Okay. Are you angry? Fuck, it's getting way too close. I'm out. You leave me and Hitsu no need for money, stay half a year? My butt is clenched so hard right now. Well, don't worry. I don't need HP. He's throwing fireballs at it. Okay. That's how he died. Open salami. Can I open this? What is this? Is that the floor? Okay, it is. I did it, boys! I killed the crab. I got a bad feeling about this. I don't. That's my bonfire. What bad feeling could I possibly have? Check general. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. It's arch never. Oh wait! What the fuck? That's literally what happened. Oh my god, Sunny, thank you. Poo poo. Oh my, thank you for the bits, Sunny. Hello, Miss Sylvian. I am sorry to say I don't fully remember that name. I wonder, did you change your name by any chance? But welcome. If it's been a while, long time no chat. It's new. There we go. How have you been? What's going on? It's been a minute. You're Sylvian main now? Alright, I rested. I got my pots now. Damn. 4 years? You're old. God damn it, the fucking crab. Thank you again, Sonny. No, you're old. Alright, I killed that guy. I know I'm successful. He's gone. Fuck him in particular. Oh, that's such a pretty poster. Mite. Minus the arm, like ignore the arms for a bit. That's so badass. Can someone paint me like that? That'd be badassery type vibes. Fuck you. I don't even need to kill you. I'm not here. Oh, you bit me. Fuck you. Sure, I hit you first, but like, he bit me. Oh, you. The audacity. Mod privilege. It skipped crest too? Oh my god. I'm sick today? Oh no. Please get some rest. Drink some water. It's not COVID, I hope. If it is COVID, definitely take care of yourself. There you go. You guys are all so old. Since I came out as trans, messages went by. I need to finish that sentence. Wanted a color scheme and name that matched that. Miss Sylveon. It's a good color scheme. Sylveon's one of the cutest fucking Pokemon in the world. I mean, considering the fact that you get her for leveling up her cuteness, it kind of makes sense, I suppose. But yeah, you know the vibes. It's not COVID. Well, yeah, I hope you get better soon. Being sick sucks. I'm still recovering from COVID, technically. Like, I'm okay. I'm fine. It's just I have this stupid lingering cough I'm dealing with. Oh my god, you scared the fuck out of me, dude. That's right. Anything that scares me gets yeeted. Oh, Shazam. Oh, fuck. Arrow. Oh! 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 I have a brain! Chottomate. Never mind. I lost sight of what I was trying to do. Balls. Damn. I literally did not stream for like a whole year. Oops. Love you guys though. Something better. There's that guy over there as well. How do I get over here? It's not open from the side. Yeah, I get that. So how do I get in from that side? So I can get over on that side. Once I get over on that side. His brain is gone. Damn. They're kind of old. Okay, Scarecrow. Yeah, my brain's... Don't worry about my brain. Nothing ever makes sense. We're just gonna try to kill everyone. Maybe he'll drop something like nice for me. I really don't know. Bitch. Oh, you're not dead yet? I thought he was dead for sure. Any keys? I never killed him yet. No keys? No, nothing. Nothing. Try to get some fresh air in me. I'll see y'all all later. See you all later. Enjoy your fresh air. Please take care. I appreciate you. I'm seeing a pathway. Yeah, you know better than to... Yeah. He learned his lesson. Jay is here? Hey, hello, Jay. Long time no chat. Break down the news? Wait, what news? But enjoy your fresh air, bro. What news? What happened? Sneaking around. Swear to God. It's a giant bird or some shit. We're gonna throw hands. I don't like birds. I say that, but I do actually like birds. There's a bird. So, now that I did this, I can just do a whoop-oo. You're just chilling up here? How fucking weird. Sophia, Jay's here. I think he wanted to know. Oh, that we're getting married? That? That news? I haven't touched Twitch in a month. Oh, I've only known you for 3 years. Damn, it feels a bit longer. Yeah, it's just kind of what happens. People talk to me, they're like, wow, I feel like I've known you for like, you know, 10 years. I'm like, yeah, because you're a fucking dork. It's just how it is. I got a pickled turtleneck. Don't fucking swoop. That scared me. Start here has just followed. Nani? Well, thank you, Start here. Start wherever you want. Welcome. I appreciate that. My ears, yeah, that would spook the fuck out of me. Beast Blood. Wait, is that a fucking Bloodborne reference? Was that a Bloodborne reference? Did I just get a Bloodborne reference? So many familiar faces. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mess with some notification sounds later. There is one that I want to pop off. It's a follower sound. I don't know if it'll actually pop off though. Would be nice if it did. Okay. So, I don't know about you guys, but these guys look like they're fully kitted. So, I'm gonna do a little... sniping. Yeah! That's me, fuckers! Fuck you. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I keep, like, I can't aim on a fucking controller! Help! Okay. Now it'll hit. Oh, fucker. He has a fucking arrow in his head! Bullshit. Okay. Oh, fucking fireball at me. What? Thank you, Derek, for the sub. I appreciate that. But, hold on. Enjoy your lurk, Sylveon. And, welcome back. It's been a while. My sub streak died, man. I can't believe it. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people's sub streak died. I didn't streak for fucking you. People are probably sick of my ass. They're like, dude, where is this guy? Oh, good night, Cress. I didn't see you saying good night. Sleep well, Cress. You can find sleep in Norway. She's right, you know. Bro, I'm trying to backstab you, and like it's trying to backstab someone else from like 10 miles away. Did anyone see that just now? Oh, you fucker. Wait. Wait, can I get on one? Oh, can I use one? Can I use it? Oh no. That's really lame. Dig. There's a fucking airbender behind me? Oh no. I'm dead. I got a 30-month streak. Oh wow. Holy shit, son. Anyone has like an actual streak, I'm genuinely surprised about. I'm not gonna lie. I was surprised. I think it was Lynx yesterday. Or not yesterday, last stream. They had a streak still. I was like really surprised. The only person I'm not surprised about, funnily enough, is just Sophia. Yeah. Because it's you, dear. What do you mean, why? Oh, yeah, like, I don't have any of the bots up. My streak is like 35. Damn, you guys are absolutely nuts. Okay. I am an assassin like my father before me. So, fuck you. You can stay down there. Okay, heightened elevation. This should be good. Let's make sure I'm centered. Bro. How dare you? No, fuck you. You're sleeping. Wake up. And fuck you too. Wake up. I said fuck you too. Wake up. Yeah. I'm doing my part. Oh, wait. Body shot his ass. There we go. You're an archer, bro. I've never actually used the bow and arrow in Dark Souls games, and holy shit, this is like way more difficult than I thought it would ever be. Okay. That's enough fun. Actually, no. Before I do it, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm gonna have fun with this. Yeah. Hit that headshot. This is so stupid. Okay, slowly. Oh, fuck you, bro. Oh, he turned. Alright, anywho. What's down here? The fuck? I've never been down here before. Those are giant rats. Okay. It's only March? Yo, so I know like 5 people getting married already from just 2020 alone. 2022 alone. My streak is 46 months. Hell yeah, boo. That's what I like to hear. Are we getting redeems back? I do not know. I'm slowly fixing the scuffness of my streams. So, it's kind of difficult. I know you're awake. But I'm hoping, as I continue to fix things, it gets easier and then I can find the efficient programs to do what I need. Fucking airbender! Alright, where you at, airbender? Okay. I wanted to lock onto him, but whatever. I'll just swing like a madman. So I got 2 mushrooms. What does that mean? You know a lot of people? Yeah, Jay's popular. Have you seen him run? Man, run. So like, are you moving to Norway? Yeah. Yes, I am. I am definitely moving to Norway. Pike? Okay. Come here. Fuck you in particular. Beep boop pop. What the fuck are you aiming at? Oh, you guys are holding the door. Hold door. Hold door. Oh. That's the door I came from. Oh. Like a shadow in the night, you don't see me till you die. Stay safe though, okay, bro? Stay safe in Norway? 420. I forgot what that clip is. Walking around at a speed that's, you know, acceptable in most lanes. Yo, why is that painting in the background fucking glowing? Did anyone see that? That painting was fucking glowing, bro. Woo. Oh, fuck. Did anyone see the glowing painting, though? That was kind of gnarly. Ah, fuck. I didn't kill them. Just have to go through that entire phase. Gotta go for a bit. We'll be back later. Hi. You take care, Cell. Oh, no. I fucked my L1. My L1's fucked. I can't block. I done did fucked it up. Oh. Oh, you. My souls. Fucking airbenders. So running at them, it's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to do. Ah, got it. I see now. No, I'm permanent blocking now. It's better that than my fucking right click, I guess. But what are you doing here? Since I died anyway, I want to check out what this place is all about. With the rats and shit. Damn. Got to fight. Dude, he's dodging me. This rat is dodging. Fireproof dried liver? The fuck? One of the fire yeah, I see now. I see now what they watched them out. I'm watching your stream on school servers. Alright, that's perfect. Tell everyone at the University of Norway that I'm out here making moves. I like that. Fucking particular. I didn't mean to swing at him still. That's unlucky. Can I have your wedding cake? You can have a slice of the wedding cake. I'm having most of that wedding cake, bruh. That's my wedding cake. Okay. But could you imagine, though? Where'd they go? Nobody knows. You think they eventually go away? I think they do here. Hitsu! Hello! Lord of the Amnesics. How are you doing? Long time no chat. What if I ever consider marriage? I mean, if you find the right person, probably. I want a cookie cake for my wedding. That sounds kind of nice. That actually sounds really nice. I mean, I'm not sure if it's like normal for a wedding, I guess. But a cookie cake in general is what I'm talking about. That sounds nice right now. I want a cookie cake. In general. Taking all down by myself. Okay, fucker. Coming for that ass. Don't tempt me, sir. Stop. I'm trying to figure out how to kick. I don't remember how to kick people. Backstab. Okay, I'm not backstabbing. Yo, guys, what, you guys are engaged? Will you marry me? Oh, that's so wholesome. We've been my +1 for... Oh, damn. Haven't heard from you in a long while? I've been good. Just really busy. I couldn't stream for a while, among other things, so it's kind of difficult. But overall, I've been, like, good. Need to kill some people. Need to kill some sneaky boys. Jesus. Oh my god, I'm doing the thing. I'm blocking. I keep blocking now. Look, I auto block. I don't want to auto block, but I keep doing it. Norway wedding small. US wedding big. US wedding very big. So big. Oh my god! Nine! All that effort to kill everyone. Just to die. Dude, I just paid $65 for 16 gallons of diesel, so I'm crying a lot. Hey. Think about the long term. That 65 gallons of diesel is gonna make you bank. Yeah, I know it's skyrocketing right now. Sucks. Okay, I'm being fucked right now. And I'm not having it. See how many scripted deaths there are in this game? It's crazy. Depending on where you are, yeah. That's quite the unfortunate side effect of the recent stupid ass invasion from Russia. So blame them. they did so much damage to me, bro. Okay. I'm being fucked. Chotto while I take care of some business. Wow. Did not take care of any business. I see. Well, if that was the case, I did not know. Whoop. Bum. Ba-da-bum. Bum. 45 pounds for a tank. MS 2020 prices. Shit was like greater than. I need to refill my car soon, so I'm about to feel it when I do refill my car. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to bike everywhere. Gas prices? I got my feet. The only fuel I need is some fried rice. Cough. God damn, it's like annoying one-off coughs. Oh, that was way too close for comfort. So bro, what? How did he even wake up? I feel like I've done that before and he did not wake up, but that time he did. The people on their light sleep. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Multiplayer movement limits. During you can only explore a limited area. Areas beyond this limits are blocked off with wall of light. Oh. Or is it over? It's a midterm over. And wake up, DP. Let's go. How are you doing, by the way, second? I'm not sure if I asked that. Alright. If you wake up, I'm gonna be shocked. Okay. Yeah, fuck you. Kick me. Fuck you. Go on, deal with it. Might as well take care of you first because you're long range. Dodge backwards. I could have sworn I only saw 2 people right next to me, behind me that I walked by. But then there was 4 people in front of me, and then I was just not ready. I wasn't ready for that. The US has been relying on Russian oil since Biden stopped that pipeline construction and restricted domestic drilling. Yes. What are you talking about, Stupid Sophia? Nani? Transitor analysis? The heck is that? Transitor? I think that's a game. Bro, That's what I'm talking about. Why the fuck do you wake up sometimes and don't wake up other times? The absolute audacity. Dick. Okay. I actually don't need to go that way, so I won't. Boop. Sophia's camp? Wait. Lynx has camera. Ooh. Guys, this is the painting I was talking about earlier. The glowy fucking painting. Prophecy painting. What that means. That's really cool. Those are just oil fumes? You're right. I love me some oil fumes. Don't see me, man. Walk a long way. Middle East, Canada, offshore, South America with the mountains, make it expensive to get drill rigs set up. I woke someone up. Oh, but he doesn't know. If he doesn't know, I can do this. Assassinated. Assassin's Creed style. Oh, what the fuck? Where did you come from? You're gonna be just slightly annoying enough where I have to, like, give you some attention, take you out first. Where did he come from? Like, I don't know where he came from. Alright, I gotta bounce and take that test. I'll be back in like 2 hours. Later, nerd. Good luck with your test, Links. I wish you the best. Kick ass on your transitory analysis exam. I still don't know what that means. But you analyzed the fuck out of the transitors. The biggest oil producers are America, not anymore, since everything has been shut down or restricted. Canada, Middle East, and Russia. Yes. Yeah, good luck with the midterm. Thanks. Yeah, I forgot my order of operations there. What am I stuck on? Oh, the pillar. Jeez. Jeez. I still don't know where that guy came from. The one guy that, like, showed up earlier? Where did he actually come from? Where could he have gone or come from? Like, I don't know. Oof. Yee. How the fuck are you guys waking up casually? I missed the both of you. Oh my god. Talk about effort. But yeah, I'm about to experience the price of gas very, very soon. Cause my shit's near empty right now. I'm trying to see if I can find this guy that showed up randomly to kill me. What? I actually don't see this guy. Am I blind? Where the fuck did he show up? I see that bonfire though. About to grab that real quick. Lost Grace discovered. When are you gonna watch Spider-Man though? I can't. I want to. But the cough, they won't let me. I want to very much. Very badly. Want to very badly this. Nani? Okay. What killed him? Bert, crazy. Bert, actually crazy. I want to though, but I'm worried by the time I can actually go watch it, it's gonna be out, and then it's like, oh, now the new movie's gonna come out. Whatever it's called, the Doctor. When is that one supposed to come out, anyways? Actually, Doctor Strange. Oh, you fucker. Oh. I was trying to, just go crazy, honestly. When your death gauge is full, you'll be struck with instant death. Oh, man. When you are full of death, you will die. That's quite concerning. Yeah, we just swinging. We just swinging. Huh. I want to kill the big guy. Just say I killed him. I can backstab him. Jesus. I think he's dead. Does he drop anything? Nothing? You're just a big guy? Disgusting. All that effort. Where's his item? Yeah, I see it. Ow. Ah, I see. I need you. You're coming back to life, bruh. Gotta bring him back. Oh my god, my chat. Ah, no, that's what I meant. Chat, open, then game. We should do movie nights again? Oh, that'd be nice. I haven't done a movie night in so long. This is generally how that works. Yes, when you are dead, you die. Yeah, that is true. I think what's really cool about this game is the claymores or huge swords in this game really makes me feel fearful. They make it look cool. Yeah, I mean, it's pog as fuck. To put simply, pog AF. I mean, yeah, if you wield the sword like that, you are slow. Oh, you punched the dog. What a dick. Where's the blindfold? Oh, yeah. How are you doing, Squishy? Long time no chat. No, she means me, because I'm the cool claymore guy. Clearly. Sit your ass down. He killed the dog again. Stop killing your own dog, bruh. You got a dagger? I choose to limit myself because if I had a giant sword, no one would be able to handle my DPS. This is intentional. Death by 1,000 cuts instead of death by one giant ass swing. That's my technique. Alright, I just need you to break this. Honestly, bro. Can you not? I'm gonna sick of you, dog. Questioning scripted deaths then. Hey, this is scripted. It's just all scripted. Is he not supposed to be the one that breaks it? Like, I'm trying to figure out how to get inside this thing. Ha ha ha! Oh, fuck you. Also hate it when it auto blocks for me. Stop it. L1 button, please work for me again. Yeah, I see it's a rare item. I don't know how the fuck to get it though. I'm assuming he has to break it somehow. Swing that shit. Well, he's doing damage, but he's not like... I don't know. I'm going to throw like a gunpowder thing at it. Oops. Oops. Do I have any bombs I can throw? Item crafting. How do you make a bomb? I want to make a bomb. I don't have any cracked pots. Fuck. Maybe if I throw a cracked pot at it, it would go boom. We'd all be happy. Alright, bird, do your worst. Yes. Alright, second bird. Do your worst. Watch your lane. Yeah. Got him. Also heard I'm supposed to level up intelligence a little bit for some cool weapons. So maybe I'll start doing that. Silly bird. Bolt. Bolt action! Golden rune. What's in here?
Be proud. You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
Dude is dead.
Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you?
A simp.
Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric,
Yes, I do.
I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me out to fight. Apologies. As fellow tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance. Down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
Okay.
Apologies. As fellow down whatever...
Okay. So did she ask me to summon her? She totally just asked me to summon her, didn't she? A golden seed. Trina's lily. Bad feeling about this one. Smithing stone. Like a shadow in the night, you can't see me. They see me. Well. Alright, you're gonna get me fucking killed, bro. But I'm gonna do it anyways. Ash of War, Stormcaller? Oh my god, giant pots are actually deadly? A cracked pot! Where's the cracked pot? That's actually exactly what I need. That's crazy. I was walking towards a big boss fight. I am not anymore. But I was walking towards a big boss fight. Oh! So that's where this leads. The elevator takes me to the giant boss fight. I mean, that's simple enough. Grab this. Kukuri. Oopa. Ooh, another bonfire. On the other side. I want to craft item crafting. I don't know what the rope shit does. Okay. So, although I could go back. Well, let's do want to test first. Can I backstab this guy? No, no. You can kill this guy though. Ow! So I can't actually backstab him. I don't know why I would be able to, but you can backstab the other big guy, and I was like surprised by that. So, is that a wolf man? Yeah, she actually... Is that her? Yeah, that's her. Should I summon her? Is it like... I wonder if there's a story that goes along with her. I feel like I should summon her. Just because of the story. But, like, I like doing bosses solo. I liked getting absolutely destroyed by bosses. Because I'm weird like that, I guess. It's the summoning. Yeah, she literally asked me to summon her. Like, the fact that she asked me to summon her... Not even like a, if you need help, summon me. But it's like, please, summon me. So I can take care of this fucker, too. I'm like, you know what? Yeah! I should! Get your ass down. No, one-shot me, bro? I just want to see if I can break that. Sounds like a horror movie, The Summoning. Yep. No, that's a lot of deaths. That's not where I'm at right now. Stacking deaths, cause it's what I do. Deaths, cause it's really cool. Okay, you know what? We'll just do this boss. We'll handle the other stuff later. Oh, I didn't summon her! Ah, fuck. Who is this anyways?
Mighty dragon, thou the true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights.
Dude, his fingernails are freaking me the fuck out.
Well,
I don't know who the From Software guys are, or like what they're doing, but like the way they imagine characters, so goddamn creepy. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. I fucking knew it.
plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel.
And so I shall kneel. Oh, that's a nice lion.
The lord of all that is golden.
Dude, he has like festering bubbles on his shit. Come at me, bruh. It's behind? Oh.
Not unfit even to craft.
That was a quick boss fight. Wow. Sorry. I feel like I should summon her because she asked me to. And I literally never summoned people. Where the fuck is she? Are you ready, fam? So he's the airbender avatar dude. Got it. I summoned the wolves. Bow wow in his face. Okay. Dude, he did so much damage there. This dude hurts. Ah!
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
Bro, what the fuck? He just pulled out a dragon's head. And he brought it back to life? Nah, I think he just drew that out. What the fuck just happened? Well, that's not good. She was kicking ass, and I was not. I gotta head out. I got some errands I need to run. Good luck with your battles. Thank you. Take care. I'll try to. I'll make my previous rival, Crabman, very proud of me. All right. I don't think I need to summon her, but I'm gonna get fucked about it. Like that. Alright. Bosses here got delays. They got delays. That'd be fun. Yeah, she was fucking him up, so I feel like she assisted a bit too much. It's you. Hey boo. What's up? Fuck me. I have to head to bed soon? No, that's fine. If he needs to sleep, dear, go get some rest. Have you seen Lord of the Rings? I have. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. What about The Hobbit? I have not actually watched The Hobbit. Not now. Dude. Damn! Lord of the Rings gave me my fear of spiders? I think it's Harry Potter. They did it for me. What was it, the second one? I think it was the second one. Chamber of Secrets? Do you guys see how much he delays attacks? Oh my god. He's out here like, I'm about to hit you. The dick. Okay. So many delays. And I'm going to work as Ron Weasley? You're going to work as Ron Weasley? What? What? What the hell? You dick. What? It's well book day tomorrow and I'm going to work as Ron Weasley. I've never seen both. I'm trying to figure out if they're good for children. I mean, Lord of the Rings is fine for children. Lots of kids watch it. Tolkien is a great author. Great for the imagination of kids. Fucker. Dude, this guy is fucking... Great for arachnophobia. Yeah, it's great. Great. You know, it's good to instill some fear into kids at a young age. I'm sure that can be taken out of context completely. That fucking hits me from that range. You're absolutely bullshitting me, bro. Oh my god.
Tarnished, not unfit even to craft.
Back up. She laughed. Oh my god, of course she did. That's... Fuck. Such a dork. Why'd you... You told someone already? Oh. Bro, I am not rolling. Wait, Hitsuga, wait, Sophia, wait, what are we waiting for? He flexed on you? Yeah, that's what I do when I'm scared. I don't have muscles. Why would you even want me to flex? I wish I had muscles. Alright. This guy is what we call the tough guy. Fuck me. Oh! I didn't mean that. Just from the memes. I don't have muscles. That fucking face. I don't got muscles. It's just fat. It's all fat. Ugh. Alright, I'm coming for you, big guy. Fuck me, dude! He delays his attack so much! Alright, I got it. Fuck me.
Not unfit.
Holy F. You gotta do it again. You missed the Angie face. I gotta be Angie? I can't be Angie. What the fuck do you mean? I can't be Angie. Baka. How do I even do an Angie face while I flex? It's the very thought of it just makes me laugh. Like, I can't. That's beyond my capabilities, dear. I'm sorry. No. Alright. Big guy. Kochini koide. Ichini. Stop. Roll. Ichini. Stop. Ichini. I can't do the Angie face. You can't tell someone to like have an angry face when they're laughing because like you can't hold it in. Huh. Dude, this guy fucks. Wait, what was it before? What was the number before? 5, I think it was? Angie face. Being a huge pain in the butt, big guy. Oh my god, I can't time this shit like at all.
Tarnished, not unfit even to graft.
They come in pairs. Fuck. Okay. Next time I can do an Angie face, I'll flex. I'll flex for the meme. But I can't do the Angie flex just yet, because it makes me laugh. I was crouch walking? Since when? Motherfucker. God damn it. Baka. I could even do it properly. My angry face wasn't even an actual angry face. It was just salty face. Just because I fucking flexed on you when I was sleeping. Baka. Oh, I didn't roll. I didn't roll. I knew it was coming, but I didn't roll. Oops, this is definitely 139, not 118. I'm a happy gal. Baka. Baka. There we go. I went to do, and I'm looking at chat. Yeah, Sophia's just being a dork. And she said, blame you. And I do blame you. What a strange request. Flex.
Tarnished, though unfit even to graft.
I don't know what just happened. What do you mean? I'm lewd. I literally just Engie faced. Engie faced and flex. I didn't do shit. I couldn't do it properly because she kept saying do it in pairs, but whenever I had like an angry face and I was flexing, it just feels weird. I was panic rolling. Bro, this guy does so much fucking damage. Oh, but he's not one-shotting me. It's just he moves so slow. That's my weakness. Slow attacks. My weakness is slow attacks. Yep. It was by accident. I didn't mean to send that email. I thought I couldn't heal in time. Okay, if I can just roll properly, I'm set. Like that's a condition. That's a condition. That is so cute. It was by accident. I literally did it by accident. I had the Japanese keyboard on, and somehow that came out. It wasn't just that emote, it was filled with like other stuff. Fucker! Alright. We're back to the fucking dragon hand. But I really don't know how to live. Oh, I lived! Hey, yo. You fucking me up. The audacity. Alright, big guy. I'm getting a vibe for you. I need to get a vibe for your second phase a bit more. Okay, I was wondering if I could get hit by that, and I could actually get hit by that. So, the more you know, I guess. Motherfucker. Fuck you and your dragon hands, bitch. Alright, I'm never flexing again in my life. It's a headless dragon. You're a dork. I had to flex on him. Like you said. I know I probably could have summoned her, but, like, I didn't want to. Oop. Remembrance of the Grafted. I just fucking burped. What a rare thing for me to do. And I've been doing it more. Do diets make you burp? That's a question I have. Do diets make you burp?
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Dude is dead, bro.
Oh. Hello there.
Hello.
This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you.
It ain't but a problem.
What goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance.
How do you turn on...
The ugliest of ends, eh?
Timestamps. There we go. Now I have timestamps. Do you go to Michael's? I probably can during the weekend. Something. Why?
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy.
Dude, this guy's so tall, actually.
Can I, mate? Now I can I?
That's the end of that. So I don't know if I was supposed to summon that one girl. I know sometimes in Soulsborne games you have to actually head ahead. The fuck? Sometimes in Soulsborne games you actually have to summon a character to fight a boss to continue the storyline. But like maybe that's something we can do in the future, like on a different run or something. I want to properly solo bosses because of my inflated ego that I'm a Dark Souls veteran, even though I'm not. Michaels? Yes? What do you mean? Yes, I did say that. Why would I not say that? Open salami. What? I said yes. I'd be like, probably the weekend, but yes. This is my chair, bitch. How the fuck did someone get up there? I'll check this way real quick as well. Oh, I can't right click. No. I can't R2. I can't do anything. What the fuck? Nani? Nanda. I can't do it in there. Maybe you find some neat wedding stuff there. Weddings aren't a seasonal thing, though, are they? So I'm not sure if they would put many wedding type themed stuff in there, dear. Aren't there like bridal shops and stuff like that instead? Be wary of liar. Have you done a bit of planning, just like talking it out and what you two want? There's only seasonal stuff for that store, Baka. I'm asking for reference. We've had minimal planning. To be frank, like we have thought about it, we have considered it, but it's been largely minimal. Shabidi grape. Maiden, dear maiden, where art thou? Please take my grapes. The one with the big badonkus. The big badoink in the back. It's mostly you talking about it and I'm just agreeing to it. You know it. Where am I now? Well, I beat a story boss. Officially yeeted his ass out. Back to some wolves in the wild. Oh, I hate it when they whimper. It breaks my heart. Come back here, squirrel. Yeah. People do rituals. And his only replies, I like what you want. But I do like what you want. What do you want me to say? Whoa, my HP bar was that low? My guy, you do damage. Damn. I was wondering there's so many deaths and I didn't realize you guys just like fuck like that. Classic confetti tossing? Confetti tossing is a ritual? No, it's not. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just going in this direction. Hello, dear. Hmm. We'll make sure everyone at the wedding hall, wedding venue, JoJo pose. If you don't JoJo pose, you're kicked out. That's the rule. So better work on your posing skills. Almost it. Storm wall. Do you not like that? I like that. That sounds like a good idea to me. Alright, if you don't want to do JoJo posing. What else could we possibly do? I don't know. That was basically it. That's all I had. And I'm kind of at a loss for words. Ba-ba-ba-da-da. Yep. Help! I'm stuck. Okay. I think we'll be going for a simple kind of buffet. Oh yeah, 6-course. Yep. We definitely need a 6-course meal for everyone by the top chef in Norway for the wedding. I agree. Nunny. How do I get off of this horse? I forgot. There we go. Yeah, that one's gonna be the chaotic one. Honestly. Good luck to us both. Well, hello there, Em. Yeah. I don't know either. How are you doing, Em? What's going on? It's been a while. Fucker. Take care of you real good. We gonna take care of you real good. That's not enough to break it? I don't know. If that's not enough to break it, I don't know. But the thing is, my mom had like a very traditional, like American type wedding. Minus the fact that everyone went to a church and got lit, and there were like people who were doing fucking drugs in the restroom. Besides that part, it was very American. Yeah, so I'm just gonna level some intelligence so I can make sure I can use other stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of weird people at the wedding. Oh, you went to your campus. Are you excited? Is you nervous? Acquire these materials. Damn! I want a big statue, like, near me one day. Something like this. It'd be really cool. Look at how dope this would look. Like, just imagine seeing this IRL. That'd be so cool. It'd be so fun to draw, honestly. Like in a park bench or something. Oh my god! Depressed priest. What's up?
Tarnished, aren't you? Believe it or not,
Oh,
I
skip
studied
that.
glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge. Well, bless you.
Okay.
Bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested.
Tutor French just not almond flavored, so marzipan and such. Don't like that taste. Yeah.
Only none of them are particularly great.
Ice cream cake. I don't have the souls for that.
Apologies, I'm afraid my mead. Oh, right. I can tell you what I know about this place. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water.
No.
That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer.
I don't know how much planning goes into weddings. I wish you both luck. I thought me thinking was a lot already, like music, dress, colors. He said it was a lot. It's a lot. It's expensive. The thing I found surprising was that my mom's wedding cost around like 15K. Apparently.
Why not find yourself without one, and you'll never reach the. And if you find it, once you've tied up, would you consider? I know it, but still.
Yeah, I'll make sure I'll bring back a glintstone for you at some point. Hitsu Sophia with a small wedding. It wasn't a small wedding, but it wasn't like a super fancy wedding either. It was I think there's probably like 100 people that came. Yes, ice cream cake. What do you mean there's no? Ice cream cake for sure. Can I get over there? How in the fuck would I get over there? That place looks really cool. On guard. I can't take this. Herba. So I'm guessing that's the place he was talking about earlier where I need like a glintstone or whatever. So how to find a glintstone or whatever. There we go. No! That's not what I meant. Whoops. Oh yeah, it's very cold in Norway. Everything's so cold. So cold. Don't have to worry about things melting or not. Yeah, so cold. Don't even stress. Every single time I feel like I'm getting closer to the tree, I'm getting farther from it. That's the vibe I'm getting. The closer you go, the farther it is. Pick a little bit fall. Alright, but first things first. I need to... How do I... This. Throw the groom at his own wedding. I will eat you, Hitsu. No, I've been there during the summer. Let's not get crazy here. Summer is June, August. Summer starts in May, dear. Backstab the bones, baby! Oh, he one-shots my ass. No, I left end of May. And end of May is when summer starts. Nah, May is spring, but it's also summer. Silly lads. So silly, my friends. My friends are so silly. Yeah, but that was the end of May that I came back. It was like the last, like, I think I came back on like the 23rd or something like that. So, very different things, dear. Backstab you. Question why I do no damage against you. Swing. Backstab you. Question why I do no damage against you. You haven't eaten yet, Mel? Oh my god, we're going back to this stage? I haven't streamed in how long and we're going back to this stage, Mel? We're doing this again? You're just not eating? Damn, he fucking hurts. Ugh. There we go. A warming stone? So you thought about just as out of curiosity? Yeah, there's gonna be no dresses. She's gonna be in a thin veil. I'll make this jump anime style. Fuck yeah! Yeah, she sent me pictures of her just in a thin veil. Pretty lewd. Very nice. Wait, what? Who said what now? Wait, what did I say? What's so confusing about what I said? We talking about what you're gonna wear for the wedding. I was just answering with my own suggestions. Just the two of us. Alright. We gonna try something. What's so strange, dear? Boo? What's wrong? What? Did I say something? Pathway, I could fall down somewhere around here. Ah. Kind of convenient that such a thing exists. But here we are. About to sneeze. Help! Woo! Sorry. I feel like this is the trap. What is the trap? He's not seen the light of day. Shut the fuck up. You saw all that, and you still want to fight. You know, I respect it. You push me. Good try, buckaroo. I don't know what you're talking about, boo. I feel like I was speaking perfectly reasonable. Personally. Dude, the guy has a long ass mustache. Did you guys see that? I just saw his mustache. Big mustache man. He's dead. Have I thought about what I'm gonna wear? Just a suit. I mean, suit and tie. What else would I wear? That's a very strange question, dear. Silly. Well, what do you want me to wear? I'll wear bow tie. Ooh, bow ties are cool. What do you mean I haven't? That's my Uchigatana. I want to see the weapon I just picked up. Oh, what the fuck is this? Call me Wolverine, boys. Or Freddy Krueger. Whichever you want, honestly. It's the one I just picked up. Did I not pick up something? There it is. Oh, damn! Kind of dope. It's kind of really dope. I love that. Too bad I'm never gonna be able to use it. What do I need? I need strength and faith? I ain't got faith for nothing. Does it get your suit? No. I would have to go try out the suit, you silly. What a silly thing to say. Oh shit, is that 074? The one and only? Hello. How are you doing? What doth thy be doing? Alright, I'm gonna live this and not die. Live this and not die! That was scripted. That was scripted. That was scripted. Just the two of us. Wahoo! Wahoo! Okay, now I need to think. There's so many damn controls in this game. Fuck all y'all. I already killed you guys once. No need to do it again. This giant dude looks kind of annoying. But I need to go buy him. It's a long mustache man. I need to go grab my souls. Where the fuck they is? Dude is not happy with me. Huh? How do I do this? There we go. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. Bitch. I've heard wedding is very stressful, and since the yes, that's why I'm referencing you to. I think about weddings quite a bit. Just the whole romanticizing on it. Yeah, Dimitri's never gonna marry you. Yeah, dork. Sorry. Yeah, I went there. He did, what? Oh, what? Why did he? Come on, horse. You can take better damage than that. Don't be a pussy. Oh. He asked? No, that's cap. Yes, we have thought about a lot of things. I've thought of things too. So feel free to ask. I'll redeem it. Oh, Kevin, we don't have it. I'm sorry. We don't have thingamabobs right now. 074. How's your armor going, by the way? Completely off topic. I wanted to ask, but I forgot. Alright, fuck this guy. Fuck that guy, am I right? Have I thought about music? Yes. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. So for the food, everyone's cooking their own meals. So, you still call everyone here a dork? Yeah, I still can. You're all fucking dorks. Got him. Took no effort. I'll do it again too. Just ask me. I'll do it for free. Colors we haven't thought about. It's hard to think about colors for me in terms of like weddings. So I've never really thought about it. I always just imagine black, white. Like literally. So it's never hit me. This is what a lamb is, dear. What do you mean my horse is like a lamb? It's a penis. Where I want to go. We've dabbled around it with the song idea to dance with. I think I know what I would like. It'd be Hal's theme from Hal's Moving Castle. Who the fuck? Yeah, we have our song. I forgot what it's called, to be honest. But I know how it goes. But I was talking about, like, there's this one song I wanted to play during our wedding, which was Hal, the Hal song. Because I think that's also a very great dancing song to dance to. May I have this dance? Kisama! Kochi ni koi! Dude's insane! He's a helicopter! The way these guys move is fucking with me. Make sure I'm not gonna fall off anything. Okay. We're good. You're dead. Oh, the audacity. You can't hit what you can't see. I low-key wanted to see what he did with like his arrows, but yeah, summer's just a nice time to do it. I wouldn't mind spring either, but summer's a nice time. Oh, I thought you were a person. Stop making noise. Just the two of us. Oh fuck! Scared the fuck out of me. Plus in Norway, it rains a lot, so we gotta be extra cautious. Extra cautious about the weather. In terms of locale, under the sea, but if not, maybe in a park, or if not, probably at a venue. The one in Norway, considering it's smaller, it might be just church. I think we were talking. It was like not a church, but like a building, a venue place. A building. We're gonna have it inside a, you know, what are those things called? Buildings? Yeah, we're gonna do it inside a building. That's the plan. All down for write down for notes for Hitsu? What does that mean? You already agreed? I did. I did. I was memeing though. Oi. Alright, we got some magicians on this locale. I remember. Oh, I got a glintstone. That's exactly what he wanted, actually. Wasn't it? Oh. Just the two of us. Oh, hello. Hello, Wolfie boy. But yeah, no, you told me that before. I do still want to see it, though. Oh, I also forgot I fought the boat boss. The underwater. Is that a giant fucking... It's not a lobster, it's a crawfish, I think. What? What's the fuck? Huh. My hands aren't used to holding a controller for so long. That early onset arthritis going on. It feels like. It's a renovated hotel made into a folk high school. It has bedrooms and everything. Think of having the celebration there so far so that people who come visit don't have to take up traveling much. That'd be nice, actually. That's something I was concerned about. But on the contrary, on the flip side, a wedding in Nebraska would result in lots of people, what's the thing called? Traveling, moving just to get to the venue. Because America. I wonder if I can stab that when I do that. We'll try. I can! I stabbed it in its booty hole. I did it. I did it. We can rent the folk high school during the summer since their school year's over by then? Yeah, actually. Yeah, we could. That'd be nice. Bring all the local kids to the wedding. We can laugh at them. Look at me. I have a beautiful wife. And you guys are still in school. Losers. I'm down for that. Hi. Oh my god. Okay, fuck you, bro. I'm angry. I'm angry. Just the two of us. What? Is that closer to where I was earlier? I guess it was. No, I meant to do this, do that. Okay. I'm gonna try to find this dude real quick. Or not find him, I just gotta talk to him. I got a cuckoo glintstone. Maybe that's what he wanted? Welcome back, dear.
Back to learn another? Wonderful. Yes. You're most welcome to any of my anemic little spells.
Thank you.
Find yourself a glint. Without one, you can't, and you'll never reach.
Did I not? Have one? I need to use the bathroom, but it's occupied. Kick him out. Just walk in there, open the door, and literally throw them out. Hey, Moses. How are you doing? Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Hello there. It is I. Hitsuga. How are you doing? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm alright. I'm just vibing. Just, you know, playing Elden Ring with a broken L1 button. It's not broken, it's just bugged. haven't made a ton of progress. I've been in 2 bosses that I spent most of my time exploring the map on horseback. This map is massive. Yeah, it looks massive. I'm finding stuff that like still surprise me. Which I mean is kind of the point. It's supposed to be open world. So like, imagine if it wasn't massive. Oh. Perfect. Sit your ass down. No, the game has been really fun. I'm enjoying the game a lot. The bosses, I'm not sure if it's a common trend or not. They delay absolutely everything. And that's kind of annoying. Every attack, every move. I need to grab my souls. Also found out I can stab these guys' buttholes. Anytime Shibros have made me nervous, I just jump to bait an attack, then come down with a strong slash, and yes, I call it the braver. Why do you ask? Why indeed? I am asking. Set up, jellyfish. Stillwater Cave. I found something. I like to pretend I'm Cloud Strike with that slash sometimes. Alright. There's some dark vibes in here. You know we say dark vibes? We say let there be light. Summoning pool is malfunctioning. What is that? I still don't know what that does. Alright, I'm expecting some danger when I go for the giant fucking flower in the middle of nowhere. That's what that sound is. They're eating. Does it stop? It does stop. Oh, fucker. I'm poisoned! You dick! I am not a fan of being poisoned. I'll tell you that much. Hating the creeps in the game makes me expect the headless from Sekiro. Honestly, I forgot that existed, and that was such a fun boss. I forgot about that. You're right, though. I'm dying from poison! What's these fuckers do? Poison me? That dude was bending it like Beckham, bro. God damn. They're fun until I got killed by terror. I got my beehole ripped out via grab attack. Oh yeah, the classic. Alright, I want to do some crazy shit. Fuck this flower. Poisoned anyway, so there's no need for you to, you know? Whoa, 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 whoa. You guys do damage? I'll see if I can kill this, if it'll go away. Kind of the goal. Oh, what the fuck? When the hell did you fall down, bro? I don't wanna assume anything, but I'm pretty sure I'm fucking dead. Like, there's no shot. I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you. Thank you so much for the raid there, King of the Undertaken Variety. How you been? How you been, bruh? I want to die to this poison. Give me some antibacterial poison. Ow. Yeah, what are you doing? What are you up to? You stream? Nani? The statue of Marika. Come to me. Okay, perfect. My souls are over there. No, I got poison. It's over. I'm done for. I'm dead. Marika. I'm guessing shout out to Somerset Hitsuga be down. Playing some Elden Ring. Oh, you were as well. How'd it go? Hope that went well. Bam, bam. Ba-dum, bam, 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 ba-da-da, bam, bam. There we go. Okay, poison grease. That's always nice. That's what I like this here. I'll fix Hitsuga eventually. What does this do? It's so dark now. Must fight where there's light. Koi! Get backstabbed. Yep. Fucking loser! Get backstabbed again, you fucking loser! Oh, jeez. That hurt. Oh! Okay. Let's die to the poison. I died to the poison. It's good to finally beat a main boss that was causing me trouble. Hey, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You deserve to beat that boss. Hope you whoop that boss ass and then some. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm just gonna run by all these guys. Yeah, Sophia is very big brain planner. I love her. She's nothing compared to me. Or nothing. I'm nothing compared to her. Why'd I say it like that? I love you, boo. I did not mean what I said at all. Something really wrong. Dude, that should have been a backstab. But you're fucking with me. You dick. I didn't mean it like that. It's okay. She's AFK. She didn't hear what I said by accident. I gotta back up. Whoop. Whoop. What was that, my friend? I'm about to summon wolves on your ass. Yeah. Yeah, how you like that? How you like them apples? Okay, I don't actually have the HP for this. Don't actually have the HP for that. Welcome back, dear. Yeah, if you didn't teabag the boss after you beat him, King, missed opportunity. Through your map, you can travel instantaneously. Da 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 boom. Just the two of us. Let the poison touch the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Night! Alright, I am no longer poisoned, you bitch. Oh, that's awfully fucking rude. I got poisoned? Ya fucker! Ah! Take care of him, my wolves! Kill him dead! Kill him dead! Did you see it, King? Nah, I did. Yeah, you did. No scent come from it being lit? No. Scented candles definitely have a scent when you light them. Which is a smell you're not used to? Alright, let's go, wolves! It's like me playing with Sif! It's all Sif all over again! Huh? The fucker! Alright. Run over here though. Grab my thing. Keep it up, wolves! Keep it up! You're doing great, wolves! How the fuck did I get poisoned, by the way? They're dead. How is that not a backstab? Blasphemy! What? I even did the animation! You dick! There's some tomfoolery going on here. Did no one? Sometimes it shows the backstab animation, but like I'm not backstabbing anything, and I don't know if it's because I'm missing or something changed or what. I'm actually just here because I wanted to collect poison bloom. I just like how pretty the flower looks. So this is a scripted. Scotty. Hitsug. Yo. Hello, Scotty. How are you doing? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. I fucked up! I fucked up! How the fuck did I get poisoned, bro? This is rock! Alright. I'm gonna play the game. I'm dead, wolves! Avenge me! Sounds like IKEA is just weak. How are you doing, Scotty? Thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. Enjoy your Hitsuga, yo. Your Hitsuga, yo. How's the new PC treating you? Boop, bop, doody. What about bop, buddy? That specific attack to someone. Alright, this is not even that tough. I don't know why I'm like fucking around. I don't know the brand my sister got, but if I see it again, I'll snap it to you. I mean, Sophia can't handle like big odor, big scent either. Welcome back. How did your transitory analyzing go? Did you analyze the heck out of the transitors? I hope you did. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm gonna summon some of these vods. I've got 3 shoulders. Dude, I don't have enough HP to survive that one attack. I'm fucking around. I need to stop fucking around. I'll reverse eat you. Nutty. Is that how you counter Sophia? I'll reverse eat you. Why is that song stuck in my head? When the song that should be stuck in my head is rumbling, rumbling. It's coming. Oh, jeez. All I ever wanted to do was sit there. I don't know. Save your life. I never wanted to grab the knife. 6 tap failed again! Bullshit! I literally see it working, you fucker! Yeah, we'll gangbang you. In a not fun way. Keep it up, balls! I'm sick of this guy. Yeah! Keep it up, my wolves! Yeah! We're gonna teach him a lesson. Someone in the wolf is so troll. You're headed where I'm at the game? Am I? I'm just exploring randomly. How many bosses have you killed? Like main bosses, Scotty? Hitsu? Rah! Or something. Hello, Olsen. How you been? I haven't tried any yet. I only found images. Yeah. It was horrible. I was so out of it. I literally had him in the paper without writing my name down, so I had to walk back into the auditorium and explain to the instructor, oh, but I forgot to do the most basic test-taking task. My bad. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That song is stuck in your head, rumbling? So it was the hardest part of the wedding they had to plan for? Flexing? So people to throw hands. What was the hardest part of the wedding they had to plan for? Hitsu? Oi! Baka! If I lose it all, slip and fall, will you laugh at me? Please don't laugh at me. Rumbling! Rumbling! It's coming! Fuck you! You dick! Oh, the audacity of this guy right now. Wolves, attack! Keep it up! So I backstabbed him without fucking backstabbing him? Bro? I don't think that's legal. Yeah, bitch. Heal! Too slow. Too the slow I am. The Datsu's guy trying to record his audio? Yeah, fucking ridiculous. Next summer, whether we haven't set a date or anything, but it's happening sometime next summer. Hell yeah. What about, wait, Sophia, what about flowers and bouquet? If there's gonna be flowers, I want there to be, actually no. Irises are sad flowers. I don't want sad flowers at a wedding. They're my favorite flowers, but I don't want sad flowers for my wedding. All I ever wanted to do was get your life. Never wanted to grab a knife. I swear. Oh, fuck the wolves. You're in my game now, bitch. Toy. Ow! He toyed! I was joking! That one attack literally makes me bleed out before I can do anything. I never realized how strong Unsheath was till I used it during the first boss. Unsheath? Wait, what? I hope you did well, Lynx. I do hope you did well. But to make you feel better, don't worry. I failed a class before, and I lied, and I got to retake a test before. Shit was dope. I got an A on it. Bro, okay. One roll and heal. No. Once, I can't. I can't. That attack, if I get hit by that, I'm dead. The ability I was using? The wolves? She wants the Fua Fua flowers. Oh, no, I remember. Okay, unsheath is the, this stance. The anime as fuck stance. This streamer is just... I'm just wondering where it will be. It'll be held in Japan. In Osaka. I don't know why, but it will be. All I ever wanted to do. Ugh! You're in my country, Clean Rock Knight. Come out, little wolves! Oh, they're... okay. Never mind. I decided today we'll do it next summer. Haven't set on a date yet, but when it's set, be sure you and Yuki will receive an invitation. That'd be nice. We can all party together. Yeah. I mean, I killed this boss, but I guess he wasn't like anything important. Another boss lane, because that's what I'd do. Only reason I don't use it as much is because I like using the shield to parry too much. I like the shield. I like parrying, but at the same time, I'm like, fuck parrying. Come here, bitch. I don't care if you're no jellyfish. That's my favorite dish. You wish. Equality, bitch! Handling the sword is very satisfying. True. It is. I want to dual wield. I heard you can dual wield in this game. Like swords. As long as they're the same sword. Or the same type. I don't know which one it was. I also heard you had to level up your intelligence a little bit. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm trying to hit 15 intelligence. Then I go back to dexterity, get it to 40. And then I go back to strength and get that to 40. And then we're set. Ooh, that's a thing I'm supposed to go to. Did I set it to bonfire? I did not. Lost grace has been discovered. Alright, level up. The audacity! I killed the boss and he wasn't worth shit! Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. There we go. Let's use some souls, baby. Yeah. More. Give me more. Runes. Let's use some runes. Sorry. Don't ban me from software. Okay. Level up. Uno dos. And that's it. Just an Uno and a dos. Everyone plays Uno, boys. There's no dos game. Oh, what up, my dude?
You were surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter. Why don't you? Oh,
yes.
Don't ask.
Okay. It's a staff, an arrow, an estoc, a stock, lantern. Ooh, I want that. Fuck! I need to kill some shit. You look very killable, horse. I want a lantern. I'm gonna be back to buy that lantern. We are coming back for some lantern action. Give me 6 souls. That gave me jack shit. Yeah, it'll probably get stored. Stored. Oh. I love that attack. Wait your turn. Ah! Are you scared yet? Better be. Oh, I can't see you if you're hiding in the bush, my dude. Just the two of us. Ah, I see. That's why my stamina's not going up. I was blocking. I hate that bug, and they need to fix that bug. Thunder and lightning. Very, very frightening. Galileo. Raided in Western Norway. Never. Alright. The goal for everyone this year, I need you guys to make a shit ton of money. Like, make some fucking bank. So you guys can come visit us in Norway for the wedding. It's supposed to be a small wedding, though. But, like, you know, we can hang out. Still. Just the two of us. Damn. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. The internet quality was terrible. Because you're on your phone. And it was terrible. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the lantern. The lantern I wanted. Hello.
Not every...
That's so cool. Wait. 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 Did I fuck up? Oh no, I didn't. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna put that in our equipment slot somewhere. Like so. That also looks kind of fun, so I'm gonna use that as well. Fuck that shit was. What the fuck was that I saw earlier? Oh, so this is the shit you put on your thing to make it do more damage. I want to see this. That looks absolutely fucking crazy. Remembrance of the Grafted. Okay, I don't know what that is, so I'm not gonna use that. So, we're not gonna do that. Okay, I need that. hold up. I'm not used to this UI yet. Have a good stream, I do. I'm gonna go fast. Oh no, no worries. You do your thing. Wait, am I invited? I think that's a bad question to ask. But there's gonna be a small one, so it's close circle kind of wedding. But I guess the US one. We haven't really thought much about guests for the US wedding. Yeah, I mean it'd be a lot easier for people to come to the US one than like buy a fucking plane ticket across the seas, then finding like accommodations. Like you have to find like an apartment or something, or not an apartment, like a hotel. In the US at least you can afford an Uber, or not Uber, Airbnb. Arizona has no humidity. It does not. That is actually very factual, and I hate that it doesn't. Forgot about that shit. How the fuck do I go up? Arizona's still hot. It is. Alright, this guy pushed my horse. Fucking my boys. You get the Roy. Yo. Doko ni iku n daro? What the fuck? Oh, you're all the way over there? I'm not coming for you. I'm for these bad boys. It's curving! Stop curving! Dick. She used to sleep forever during the day, so that's good for her. Well, I'm glad she gets some rest at least. I'm just writing Google Docs or something? Gosh, I can't imagine the list either. Yeah. Congrats on the new job, though. I should wish congrats. I was talking to her the other day. Or, not the other day. Like, a couple of weeks ago. About help for applications to schools in Norway. She was very nice, very kind. Big dork vibes. I mean, it is a good idea. I'm not wrong for saying that. Yeah, it's humid where I'm at, but it's a lot worse. Or not humid. I don't know. Arizona's just fucking hot. Shit's hot. And not the fun kind of hot. It's just hot. The fuck are you attacking, my dude? Get cheesed. Get cheesed by jumping mechanics. Absolutely wrecked. I'm concerned. What did you plan for? That's Sophia hasn't done already. The party. The after party. Huh? It's gonna be karaoke and disco. It's gonna be card games and Dark Souls. There's gonna be dancing and music. It's gonna be. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Peace out. bitch. Lernia of the Lakes. My guy, I don't know what this pathing has led me to, but I am here. On guard. Surely they let me in. Oh, don't worry. My family, we know how to find karaoke machines. Dajo boot. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. In short, you don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Oh. Yeah, see, Scotty got my back. Where are you in ammo right now on the map? How do I check the map? How do I zoom out? So, I'm lost. Basically. I mean, my family right now I think owns 2. But like, I'm talking about like actual family. Like everyone in the family. Probably like easily like 6 or 7. Hiccups. Thank you for playing. I didn't want to know the answer. Yeah, like. Yeah. Come on, Sophia. I know you want a karaoke for our wedding. You told me. Not exactly how I planned that turning, but... What the fuck? How did that play out the way it did? What's wrong with some Vietnamese karaoke, dear? Sounds like sheep going through depression. Fuck off. You're such a dork. What kind of response is that? Like sheep going. Oh my god. I'm not saying you're not wrong. It's just what a statement is what I'm saying. Oh no. We're gonna cause some mayhem. Oh no, I want to pillage. Pillage! Pillage the corpse. Can I come in here? Looks like a no. Oh, that's an actual dude! Oh, fuck me. I was like, what is that? Beautiful statue looking thing. An actual person. I'm not dead. I'll take that dub. I thought I was the one that died there. Get absolutely fucked, you loser. Played you like a sucker, bitch. I really hope your cousins aren't lurking right now. Why would that be concerning, dear? What's wrong? Alright, I see that thing over there. Is that a person? He's staring at me.
You. Please. I can read them.
She ain't wrong.
Your fingers. Please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. Michaela's favor can be yours. Slaughter. Slaughter.
This lady kind of creeping me out.
The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot. Pity the poor, poor fool.
I can't wait for the lore videos to come out for this game. So basically the lore so far, from what I can grasp or understand, is that this game is basically filled with... This land used to be a land of heroes and whatnot. But then I guess it got corrupted somehow. And we were summoned to deal with the corruption. We were brought back from the dead. Deal with this corruption. Don't know what it entails, but pretty cool still. Pretty cool still. I hear fucking sounds and it's tripping me out. Like this sparkle sound. Did we plan for a honeymoon? I do want to go on a honeymoon. That would be nice. But we haven't planned for that one yet. We've talked about like ideas. But no real plans yet. Oh, you'll get your turn. Just wait, kiddo. You know, when I was younger, I expected like one ceremony. The fact that people do like 2 to 3 ceremonies, I'm like, wow, that's a lot of planning. And then have to go on a honeymoon. I mean, honeymoon is the relaxing part. That's not much planning. That's just, all right, where do you want to go? If you want to go somewhere, like see everything, that's another ordeal. But like, just going somewhere, that's the easier part. Give me the soul. My name is Ezio Auditore. Fuck you guys. You, giant crab. I missed it. Oh, there's only one reason why I want to go down here. I'll show you guys in a bit. But it's because I saw This neat little shiny thing in the distance. I was like, oh, I like shiny shit. I want to go to shiny shit. So, let's go see the shiny shit. Not this shiny shit that I'm hovering around. I'm trying to pick up, bruh. Okay. They're mega bees? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Crystal bud. Crystal bud. Crystal bud. Alright. The fuck are you? The statue here. Is there a boss around here or something? I'm confused by that. Doth there be a boss in the ocean somewhere? I might regret this, I might regret this, I might regret this, I might regret this. No? Dude, another spot. Take me away! Hitsu! Sophia! 2 honeymoons? We could do that. That could be nice. Map found. Somehow, I'm fine. See, I told you guys, I'm a professional blind speedrunner. I found a way to speedrun the game. I'm skipping parts of the entire game right now. Somehow. Don't ask me how, but I'm doing it. Oh no. Go get some rest here. I'm ending in like 30 minutes, actually. Wow. I'll be ending in 30 minutes. Whee. Oh, I can do a double hop. You're kidding me. Oh, that's so fucking poggers. Oh, fuck you. Hold up. Where'd this bitch go? Oi. Yeah, just keep being weird. Ah, E.G., forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance. Okay. Have more than one dress, did you? I mean, considering we're gonna have 2 weddings, probably. One being the traditional aoyai, for example. I don't know where I am at. Tuta, tuta. I am what we call lost all the day. Mel, you're a dork. This button, then this button. I mean, technically you have the aoyai, which is 2 dresses now. But for the sake of a wedding, at most 2, I think. Get baited, losers. That was very painful. Well, that was very stupid of me. Elden Ring! Hey. People don't apparently dance in their wedding dress? I mean, most people rent it, don't they? Sorry. Most people went to wedding dress, and that's a large part why they don't dance in them. I think, right? Mel's so interested. You dork. How are you doing, by the way, Abby of the Dews? How long has it been since you've heard that nickname? Abby of the Dews. Gotta wind down. I need to find where I died earlier. It's over here. Nice. It's on the other side. Yes, it was. I'm literally just running around lost. Like, I'm just lost. Only from you. I felt pretty good. Well, that's good. I'm glad you've been feeling pretty good. Also got a picture of the kind of hairstyle I want. Yes. Yes, she does, actually. I remember she was asking me. And I did the thing where I was like, but it looks great. Your hairstyle already looks nice. What do you mean? Type vibe. I dyed my hair purple like a weirdo. Does that make you a weirdo for dyeing your hair? I've never done it, so it couldn't be me. But I see. All I have is I've been good though. I've been good. I've just been dealing with my mental health and among other things. Just trying to figure out. I can't seek 3 wise beasts. Okay, hold up. To seek 3 wise beasts. 3 wise beasts. I want to try something. Oh, I can do that! Oh, that's crazy. I love that. Seek 3 wise beasts. Oh shit! Not one. Can I see the hair at the taboo wedding stigma stuff? Oh, I get that. Spain is so nice. You're interested? I didn't expect that. Hey. Oi! My neck! Okay. Another one bites the dust. Wait, they're respawning. See, 3 wise beast. Ah! That's 1. I get it now. So in the vicinity, I have to find 3 animals, 3 spirit animals, and then I can enter. More or less is the riddle. Not much of a riddle, but I see, I guess. All I ever wanted to do was save my life. Never wanted to grab a knife. That was one of them. I'm not crazy. And if you eat it, you die. Rich people need it, poor people have it, and if you eat it, you die. Rich people need it, poor people have it, and if you need it, you die. Rich people need it, poor people have it. And if you eat it, you die. Eat it, you die. Rich people have it. Poor people need it. If you eat it, you die. Rich people need it. Eat it, you die. Rich people. What do rich people need? Fair point, and you're not wrong, but you know this is a big deal, so there's somebody like a friend. The fact that you include fucking Yakuza, though. Duh. I mean, you are always talking about Yakuza, to be fair. I do get it. I saw the turtle. Where the hell is the other creature? They're still chilling there. Seek 3 wise beasts. What do rich people need that poor people have? What do poor people have? I used to be pretty good at riddles. Now I'm stumped. Someone's asked me this exact same riddle before, and I think it stumped me then too. What do rich people need that poor people have? Rich people need, poor people have. Also, I don't see this other animal. This supposed beast. Oh, I see it now. I just had to look up. And I was looking around earlier. The thing I don't know is if after I kill one, does a new one spawn, or they all spawn at once? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So they're all turtles. Try a human heart. Rich people need a heart. Poor people have it. But if you eat it, you die. But why would eating a heart kill you? It would be really very nasty. But why would it kill you? Besides, I don't know. Viral infections, I guess. Something. I've had grilled chicken heart before and I didn't die. Grilled chicken heart? What? How do you even... What? That sounds nasty. Rich people need it. Poor people have it. And if you eat it, you die. I am what they call the stumped right now. Oh my god. That's part of the aiming thing. Fuck me. So I need to find the last turtle. I saw that turtle just chilling on the ground earlier, and I saw another turtle chilling in the trees. So look at my camera backwards. See if anything comes to me. What do rich people need? It's a copy. Why do rich people need it? On the PS2? Nani? Why do rich people need that? I must be blind because I do not see this third turtle. The real answer is nothing. Oh, but if you eat nothing, you die. Yep, there it is. Rich people need nothing. Poor people want nothing, or have nothing. But if you eat nothing, you die. You got me. Just saying you don't have an Xbox? Easy. Okay. Since I no longer have riddle brain, I need someone to tell me if they see this last turtle. We're looking for a turtle. What if it was like a tiny turtle? How troll would that be? You see a turtle though, let me know. I see if I can find it on the building or something, but... Try jumping. Hitsu looks so dead and tired. What's slow? Can be on land and sea and live hundreds of years and Hitsu can't find it. A turtle. I always look dead and tired. What do you mean? We've discussed this. I think you've consistently called me tired and dead looking for like all of my streams. It's normal. Let me be Sleepy Hitsu. That's actually the name of my character in Lost Ark, Sleepy Hitsu. Bruh, why can't I find this turtle? Dip? You're not hiding in like a bush or something, are you? Can you imagine though? What if it was hiding in the bush? I'm just kind of glossing over it. Walking on randomly? Maybe, actually. My only concern is what if it's not a turtle? What if the last one is supposed to be human? What if it was that guy? He looks pretty sus to me. I forgot the name of my character. It happens. You look more dead than your Elden Ring character that died 159 times. Hey, that's happening. That's life. That's normal. I love doing dumb shit to see if it works or not. Okay. The stress of wedding planning is catching up to me. Pretty sure Sophia's the one that's stressed out with that one. Love you, boo. Shazam! Also, annoying little turtle. Where the fuck would I hide? Likely betrayal. The game is pretty though. I have to admit. It's very, very pretty. Like my instinct is saying maybe it's like on a staglite. I forget the word for it. These giant rock structures. That's what my instinct is asking for. Find 3 wise beasts. Found 2. Do I want a hint? Sure, if you actually know. I feel like I'm missing something. Look by the water? Okay. Let's see. Actually. Isn't this out of its spawn zone? Wait, is there a pond? Did I go by a pond? So I'm gonna go back up. I'm gonna go find a pond. I didn't realize there was a pond up here, to be honest with you. That is pond. Amelia Pond. Where's a pond? Ibafuni goro goro shitai. Also, did Zapuya not sleep yet? She's probably getting ready, or she fell asleep already. It's one of the two. It's 5:22. I have to end in 8 minutes. I wanna find this fucking turtle. What pond is that? Hi. Go, Matt. I just want to find a pond. But my name is Bond. Pond. It's from the shallow pond to the southwest of the tower. There's a shallow pond. What the fuck? Shallow pond. Southwest of this tower. So it's invisible? Fucker's invisible? Oh, where's the pond though? I don't see the pond. This is the east side, north side. Down. Hello, Sushi. Long time no chat. How you been? I don't see a pond. No rump ahead. I wish I could see like a location of it, so I can. Oh, I see like a spot to look at. Cause have you guys seen a pond? I have not seen any water besides the bit out here. Southwest of the tower should be like in this direction. How you been though, Sushi? What's going on? Read the messages on the ground. No rump ahead. Is this where it is though? Like where I'm standing right here? Little fucker's invisible. There's a bonfire. Okay, let's see that. I'm sorry, I have ad block on, ya fuckers. This isn't the one, I don't think. Because we found one on top of a tree. Found one on top of a tree, so I don't think that's the one. It's a different locale. We got that one. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna follow this. I followed you back when you played Jedi Fallen Order a long time ago. I really got on Twitch, but it's nice to see you still vibing. No, no worries. I haven't been streaming. I didn't stream like at all that past year, just now. I streamed like 2 or 3 times the entire year. How have you been? Yeah, Jedi Fallen Order was really fun. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the pond thing was for a different location. I was just blind. I didn't see him. So there's different locations we have to find turtles. Got it. But how have you been? Have you been taking care of yourself? Enjoying life? Living the good times? Tetsu's Rise. I gotta go do the thing. 8 minutes have passed. Wait, do what thing? What's even here? What's the point of this? Chest. A memory stone? I don't know what that is, but that is good, I guess. Alright. With that, I think I am at the end of my journey. So, I will see everyone later. That's so troll. And I'll see everyone later. I gotta go get ready for work. And get some food and all that fun jazz. Well, we will continue Saturday? Maybe Friday? I'm not gonna stick to a schedule or anything yet. But soon. Oh god, it's so hot in my room. Is the game? Is Elden Ring making my PC hot, or is it my house? I don't really know. But that is the end of the stream. I have 9 hours in this game already. Hell yeah. Almost 10 actually. Quit the game. But thank you everyone for hanging out. I love you guys. You guys know this. I appreciate the fuck out of you guys. So nice chatting for everyone. It was. It actually was. Oh, I gotta find someone to raid. Let me raid someone real quick, right? In the meantime, I'll play some more Ghibli music instead of that creepy shit that was coming out of our sound.
See further. All right, Chad. It's
Oh,
time we
that's
throw
Twitch.
you in the ring.
Let's see. Who on my thingamabob I have not raided in a long time. And Badoo is doing Jump King. Is that the stupid jumping game? That's kind of fun. This Badoo job for Cody's doing Elden Ring. I don't rate Elden Ring players because I know a lot of people are just a lot farther ahead of me. Yeah, Kaz is playing Elden. Alright, well, I can just rate Anna then. She was hanging out earlier for a bit. She's a dork. I appreciate her. It was nice chatting for everyone. Good night. Yes, everyone sleep well. How do you even spell her name? It's Anna Dabadu? 2 O's? Yes, I gotta end to go get some food and change and maybe shower because I'm sweating for some reason. I'm sweating. My house is hot, so I'm gonna take a shower real quick. And then go to work, basically. And I say goodnight to Sophia and all that, and kiss her goodnight. Tuck her in, nice and comfy like. What the hell is Prop Night? Categories we think you'll like? There's a game called Prop Night, and it has this creepy ass face. What the fuck? Fuck. Alright, but anywho, I'll see you guys later. I'm just gonna hit raid here in a bit, but I want to see if this works. Does this work? It's closer to the original. Huh? But it works, right? Have a good one, you dorks. I appreciate ya. Oh yes, me. Everyone.